Hello, hello. Good evening. Thank you for the pats.
At least those work. Most of the time. Quotes, I feel like the quotes are like, give me a second. Give me a minute. You said you'd start late. Now you're starting pretty much almost on time. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway.
It's Friday.
It is Friday. Still playing Ace Attorney. I'm hoping to get through this specific case today. Except for the one time where the pet didn't stop. Yeah, I think that one was because I both started it manually, and then that kind of killed the bot command, because the bot command is just a sequence of hit the button to start it, wait 5 seconds, stop. But because I manually started it, it was already running, and then the command was hit the button, which then ended it, and then it waited for 5 seconds only to start it up again, because that would have usually been the stopping. Eternal pet.
May you have something, please? You may have something. You may have something.
You may have something, and I may actually open the game on my screen so I can finally see something. There we fucking go.
Let's go!
Good evening. Good evening. Oh, do I have to go through? Oh no. No, this is what we're supposed to. Yeah, no, this is what we're supposed to be. I was like, wait, do I have to go through it again? But no. This time I click continue on the right thing.
Some Christianity
To start us off in a room full of bears. That's good. That is good. Quick recap. Last time we found a transmitter in a deer's giant bear, and a little camera and a transmitter and everything. So now we're trying to find out what the fuck is happening. Something along those lines. I'm part of the collection. Oh no. Please. So many bears.
That's 9 a.m.
9 a.m.? Yeah, sure.
9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if you can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
Yeah, but she's still not in a good mood, which, to be fair, I wouldn't be either. Police are professionals, except when you actually meet them. I mean, what? So the real person who killed Mr. Corridor was...
An assassin, Mr. Shelley the killer, right?
Yeah, that's him. Why do you keep sounding more and more nasally every time I try to do you? Like, by the time we're actually, at the newest Ace Attorney, I feel like Pearl's voice will just have become me being filled with helium, even though she will grow older over the course, so technically her voice should also grow up, but every time I do her voice, it's like... Godman's understanding of the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
The person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer. By proxy? Do you actually, if you hire an assassin to kill someone, that person then kills someone and is found guilty of murder, and you being and they find out that you are the person who hired this person to kill someone, do you just get full on a murderer? Or is it just some kind of murder by proxy, because you are, yes, you're the one responsible for the hit, but you are not the person who actually took the life of someone else, right? I wonder how that one works. I don't know.
Who could have hired the assassin?
Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Anders wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Madame Guard himself. Dun dun dun.
And Miss Guard really did hire the assassin.
Then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Miss Guard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
You... Yeah, listen. I didn't kill anyone that includes Juan Corrida. Yeah, right, because you only called an assassin upon everyone. Doesn't help the occasion of vampire accusation. Listen, there's a lot of people who got this specific charm, and none of them get the vampire accusations. It's only me. That's. I'm being singled out for something I have no control over. That seems to be unfair. I didn't see any psych logs at the time. Actually, that reminds me.
Do you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Carls? Why not bet everything on a German ninja this year? And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. That's not the voice I gave you last week, either.
Mr. Guard's secret? What is his secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal the secret. That means... Mr. Guard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Guard. There's no way around it now. Oh. Let's get going then.
Oh, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 PM already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Still the matter of the secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Guard and Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight.
Aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Hiring an assassin is considered to be murder, a name for planning a crime have carried out by someone else. Desk murder. Oh, desk murder. Okay. Oh. Can't say I've heard of that one before. The criminal mind is very small. Oh, God. Hey, wait.
What is a whippersnapper? All he knows nothing that's not anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handling a strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search this whole hotel.
That's the box sweeper, isn't it? The one Ganshu made.
I don't know, and frankly I don't care, but the request came from Edgy Poo, so...
That's right.
And he said...
If you're really angry, direct your anger at the unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Ah, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Could be worse, it's just old bag.
This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know, was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? I mean, well, you know, gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Hey, Papa, good morning.
You mean nothing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrida.
I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. Was that obnoxious puffy-head for the photographer girl, the nerve for some people. Spying on people by yourself as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too.
Wow! The alien actually admitted her true intentions for you.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but a Kanban is nothing good.
Didn't say anything. She did say thinking, not saying. You are a very open book sometimes, Phoenix. When it comes to your face.
you want to know about Juan and the manager, right? Mm-hmm. Actually, as I hear, there was something of a refreshing paradise too. Oh. I tell you, Juan really welcomed the manager with open arms, I heard. The manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? The manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts, Miss Andrews Manto, right? Yes, that's the one. The Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Courier? Really, young kids today don't know anything, do you? The girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after the marriage announcement. 3 days after the marriage announcement? What in the... Real technically I'm soliciting a murder, but you still haven't seen an actual murder, basically you're essentially complicit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because like if you're the one buying the hit, like you are involved, right? Why would Miss Index want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in a weekly magazine. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. See. The night after Juan called off the wedding, the manager Celeste killed herself. Terrible. I don't know what happened between those two. Well, now they're both dead, so we can't ask either of them unless we go and get someone to call the spirits. But calling spirits from the other side has not been very promising so far yet either. Hi! That night there must have been at least a few hundred people here. The police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. That's nice. It's a lot of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You Mr. God's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the God case? No, dude, for some other case that is not actually in the game. Track out with meetings isn't exactly silly. We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick. And the kidnapper's demanded now this. I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is just good, such good news, Mr. Nick. Talk to your heart's content. Looks like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Yeah, well... I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Angard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Oh! I mean, we're going to talk to both of them anyway. But let's start with Angard. Ah. Dude, it's Mr. Right! I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. Hey, I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell by me on saying that one coded I was killed by an assassin at the assassin's client is this man, Mad Angard. What's wrong? Mr. Angard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kinda different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. Yeah, he did.
Honestly, it feels kind of refreshing when they actually do bother to remember our name, because half the time we're just Mr. Lawyer, and I'm just like... It's not like his name is that out there. Like, just by pronunciation, his name is a very normal word. And Mr. Lawyer, dude, is longer than Mr. Right. I'm talking about his last name. Most people do not call him by his first name. His clients especially do not call him by his first name unless they're called Maya Fey, who's once again on trial for murder for the 10th time. Woo! About the press conference? You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as a nickel samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. I am not finding the tone of voice I had for her last time, I just know it wasn't this one. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Yeah, that's a no, of course. Sheesh, brother. I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
That clogs. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Do I? Did you know about Mr. Corida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Oh, it's all over the tabloids, dude. I don't know any of the details if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Your memories, not someone else? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay? Got up by the pizza dude at the shop. It's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? Sound good. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Well, it is a cool phone, for sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers! Who I still don't think looks like he's only 24, but I guess I'll have to accept that as a fact.
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, "You there! You're under arrest!" And I was brought back here. Oh. I said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something? Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. Just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? It's a crime that you look like 10, 20 years older than you actually are. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. It sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. Okay. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can tell anyone, especially not the lawyer, he said.
What do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Yeah, no, you don't. Because, frankly, we know nothing about your personal life, Mr. Phoenix, right? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got the refreshing, like, spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he loves the time. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there was only one person in the world who won't spoon open. One person who wouldn't spoon open? It's manager, you know? Miss Adrian Andrews. Why? Because she's not into men? Jesus Christ. Assuming he even has one. Well, I mean, the thing here is that anyone who gets accused here is guilty until proven innocent, so we're fucked anyway. Even if we know about testimony beforehand. That's just not something we get. We just get thrown into it and we're like, damn, well, that doesn't sound good for us. I wonder how I can break this apart. Is Mr. Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image. But aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. It's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Oh, it's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor to suicide? You mean Miss Impax?
You heard something about how her wedding was cancelled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Oh, tell me about it then. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Corey.
Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Truly insidious man? Does she mean Mr. Corey by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Some good info, thank you. You're welcome. So glad Ms. Andrews are both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. If you do, in fact, like, okay, let's assume, because I don't believe that's actually the case, and I truly don't remember, but let's assume she did kill herself and left a suicide note. He stumbles upon it and says something bad about him. What you do is you get rid of that suicide note. You burn it. If it's a piece of paper, you just burn it and make sure there's no fucking trace left behind. Boom, bam. Did that. And just in case, if she's written it on a block of paper, you just get rid of the entire thing, so there's no way that some of the, like, you could still get the same message from the paper below because it kind of, like, went through to the next paper. Bah, bah, bah. Easy peasy done then. Why would you keep something that implicates you in anything if you stumble upon someone who just killed themselves? Whose story do I want to hear? Well, the one we didn't hear yet. Obviously. Hello. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. But there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Sanders knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corridor had on Mr. Angard. Well, she's probably not going to talk about it, but let's try it. I'd like to ask you about Matt Angard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment toward Mr. Angard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? It has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. I doubt that. About Miss Celeste Impax. finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. If there even is one! Why did you try to frame Mr. On Guard? It's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they figured it out, right? Phoenix. Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now? Revenge?
Oh, that's just one psychic. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But...
Sure, I just heard Xander say... revenge. Well, gonna get that in a minute.
Mr. Nick, your phone!
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
You got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end. I say I'm going to... Oh. I got here faster than I thought. Hey. I'm talking about the Ace Attorney Police Force? Absolutely not.
Well, then relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
This quickly? And this bear's what gave them away, pal. Bear.
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Atchworth that figured... Shh.
And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? And who would be so rude as to spy on another person in the room?
Mad on guard. Oh. Mad on guard. You climbed. That's who, pal. Here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Listen, Ace Attorney, things can
Always get worse.
voice. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard from the department store clerk, Paul. Pal.
It's a credit card receipt for the purchase. It's worth $3,800, pal. It's an exact match to the price of the stuffed bear.
A receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. Store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure he sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person who bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. Okay. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence.
Thank you.
I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was mad on God.
Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean.
Yes. I'm I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Perks. Madame Guard, what in the world have you done? Yeah. Nothing. Hi. You're working really late, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Oh, really? Yeah? Okay, let's get into it. Let's talk. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corridor had been successful in his plan? Well, what do you have to disclose? I told you before, dude, I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. Yeah, that's a fucking lie. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corridor, especially on that night. This bear was in Mr. Corridor's room on the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kinda classy, if you know what I mean. Yes, I hear it's quite expensive. Which is why it is very odd that this gadget was found inside the bear. This is a very small video camera. And it was hidden inside this bear's eye. Maybe it's a really curious bear. Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere using this transmitter. Which means someone, on the night of the murder, was secretly filming Mr. Corridor's room. I guess Juan had a few of these kinds of fans too, huh? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corridor, what? Nope, that's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to go to the profiles. I'm gonna ask my mom. She says that I can't be friends with someone like you. What? Bruh. I wanted to go to the profiles, but thank you. Mr. God, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungod. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. It's like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear because you're also the one who fucking bought it. Where's the receipt? Here it is. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ungod. It's from when you bought that stuff there. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? $3,800. This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory. And it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So, can I ask you one thing? Yes. You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Corridor's room and filmed it in secret is... What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. Finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Madame Guard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is... you, Madame Guard. Yeah, well, I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. That's what I thought, anyway. Shelly Tequila! Tequila! Mr. God, you really did hire... Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Madame Guard, and I suddenly have a giant cup of whatever that is. Glass. Not even a cup, it's just glass. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to get as much information as you have. You really? So you are Shelly the Killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands at this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite worried for herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
You're lying! What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
Why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding a sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Oh boy.
Why would you kill Mr. Corrida?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Ungod's secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit I crept up on it. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead?
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all walking a butts for me, mad on guard. Oh, did I leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've gone awfully quiet. I've been so deceived by you all this time. When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. I know, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Ah, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Ah, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Stigmaya!
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. Scoundrel. Wow, really? That's the worst word you can come up with, Phoenix? Scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it all my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. It's such a cliche phrase. When said something just like that if memory serves? Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't you? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? Now you finally found it. Oh, hi! The starting line. The starting line of this case. That's right. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Okay, hey. That was quick. Alright, what are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy?
No. We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at the time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I thought that I could stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Ray, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Oh, you want to find it on my own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who's clearly a killer. Not on guard. That man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? My clients were innocent so far, though. It may be true, but that's... It's because I've believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and get acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisca from Cam are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. I knew this would happen. Sorry about that. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out now. Have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Ooh.
Mr. Nate, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Angard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for reasons to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients or my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were lucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however... I did, but... My name is... the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a The Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya... It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it so she receives a nice long name. Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace a signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission? That sounded like a cat. Cat? It can't be. A cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for Angard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Maya! Please answer us! Mystic Maya! If this area completely surrounded, there's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. The butler... All this time he was the killer. He and God were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Not you. You're talking about cats and a cat shows up. Meow. Meow. Hello. Thank you for the inviting me. How many more times do you want to go in a circle around me? Asking for a friend.
There's a figurine of a bat. There are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear-shaped figurines covered in many thin colors. There, isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corey though? Why would something like this be here? Right, put down. There's a little pet door installed here.
I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through the little door? It's dark. It's locked. Pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Ashwin.
Bam, bam, bam.
Yay! There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is on God's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If you're lucky, it'll have the moment a crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape while looking for an escape route. He searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Corridor's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Ungod's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. It might be.
Ah.
What's wrong, Pearl?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Oh, what's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
Oh yeah. Hello?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would.
Now listen up. You better get on guard at Guilty send us, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag on and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Early, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk.
What the fuck is a lunk?
That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Mystic Maya!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare?
Oh, nothing.
He searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he looted us.
Edgeworth.
Wrong voice? Yes. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Why, she wants revenge. Xander's psychic. If I could just find out what secret she's holding.
Edgeworth!
And I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. You blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm going! Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know and you will tell me your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Okay, yeah, sure. Hold on. Boom.
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. That's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out of Matt and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in the past that would make her take revenge. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who read his suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? Phoenix has a baby voice just to annoy myself. Please.
Aggie poo.
You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt?
Yeah, sure.
Where is it? This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? Oh, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Ta-da! Around the police department probably trying to mention something.
That's right. First.
Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
But Mr. Carter didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Ungard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then and I often saw the two of them together. That's why I love Celeste is written on the frame of their picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away.
It's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called the marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. See, so that's what happened. But even then, it was a relationship that's already in the past. So like, I'm not gonna let Juan get off here scot-free. Like, okay, so she was dating some other guy before, so? Oh no, you were dating someone I actually know and don't like very much, so now I don't want to get married to you anymore? Like, dude. Okay, it's a past relationship, get over it? Huh? Yeah, like, it would have been another thing if she was with Matt while she was actively engaged with Juan, but no, she was somewhat together before even meeting Juan. And that ended, clearly. Like, okay.
But then why did Mr. Corda have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Oh, Miss Impact!
It wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, if his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? Is that word again? Juan wanted to publicly disclose the content of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that drew close to Juan to begin with. Quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find a suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. Couldn't sleep anyway. I can sleep either, not with my situation or with what I know now. Yeah. Well, honestly, fuck both of these guys. It's like, oh no, the woman you are in love with and thinking about getting married to has dated someone before? Shock. How dare she? Oh my god. Like, what the hell? How do I get into this mess? It's far enough. You can run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
I think you've allowed the time and the pack.
What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. tried to stream before, someplace, some time ago. Yeah, during the first game. Today I stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Hello, this is Phoenix, right? You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? First case of this game? Really? Oh. Oh, right, when we were hit over the head, so they had a reason to give us the refresher and because we had forgotten everything. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Now listen up, you better get a guarded guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slambag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix. Mia. Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ah, it's the cursed on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Oh, come shoot. I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? Here, let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. I'm sure. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If you can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. It's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you too can draw it out. Now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah, with his 3 friends. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Choo-choo! Thank you for the resub, Sammy. Good evening. 18 miles is a long time. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. As I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery in our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. I like this judge. I would not call Lotta a friend. She's an acquaintance at most. Larry has not been relevant here. Gumshoe? I don't know if Gumshoe... Do you really count those people? Like, do you count him as a friend? Like, he's someone we've worked with. They might go drinking off work or something. With Larry. Also, the three was an arbitrary number. Yeah, he is a... Yeah. I wasn't actually thinking in my head, oh man, Phoenix only knows like 3 people. It's just like, okay, here's an arbitrary number. Should I have said like 15? Because 15 is too much. Do you count together regular breaches of privacy sworn to as a cop in an effort to help you personally, specifically? Yes, I do. Okay, damn. Sorry. I do like Gumshoe. He's very important and I'm glad he's there. That is to say, she really connected to the crime itself. Miss Ashworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceeding. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Angard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. And you're saying that she's guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What's that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is man on guard. I only make extremely factual statements.
What a surprising turn of events.
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So now that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Why is the mentor? Mentor. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah? Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Sorry, but I'm just kind of a sort of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes? I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Angard's room. Okay, sure. I don't think even shaving those off would have helped him. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first he thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Angard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. And you smell it, Phoenix? For us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? It's actually Agent 47. No! He's on his stealth run. It's also stealth. If there's no survivors. Boom, bam. No one saw you if everyone's dead. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah. The bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think
was because Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Tip?
That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So how long did you watch the tour?
No more than a minute or two, I think.
That's not what I wanted to do, whatever.
Yeah. Go back to my seat.
I know. At first?
What do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why do you think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Yes, sir. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated you feel something weird because he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Ashworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right?
Yes, sir. Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Looks like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about.
The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much?
Well, how much was it, dude? Jesus Christ.
Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
But how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. I mean, you could give someone a roll of just $1 bills, right? You could make a roll out of that money. That would still amount to some money, even if it's just $1, but arguably, I think you could make a roll out of just about anything. In euro, you had to have to start at 5 euros, so you actually have a bill, but you're just beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Whatever. They can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? So supposing a roll of cash was not a tip, what was it? Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Payment. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corina.
A roll of coins! Yeah, you know, he was just trying to fill the...
What's it called? Goodness gracious. The thing cashiers put the money in. He was just trying to bring some to his colleague. Be like, here's a new roll of 1-cent coins. Boom. The bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Ashworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? I've ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor. I have here the card Shelly the killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelly the killer?
He's the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelly the killer.
Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh. Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? I mean, yeah, you did too, Phoenix. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. This time I was in a hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If the bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer's fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha ha ha. This is no laughing matter. Thank you, Mia. I'm trying. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Well, the bubble was empty-handed. Empty-handed? The bubble was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or...? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. You're going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious. See? Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. Yeah, but what if he brought the glass there, so now he's empty-handed? Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside his glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, or just the bottle and the tray. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. Who drinks tomato juice straight up? I will ask this every time it comes up because, well, ugh. The bubble had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bubble had seen and left a dead body in the room. Can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at the time? Mr. Ashworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What's with him? Why is he laughing? You gotta mix it with the cucumber lettuce juice to make a juice set. Why not just eat a tomato? Why just the tomato juice? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The Bible was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy. He was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention the murder? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ah! Oh, this does make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, get to focus. Can't get lax here. So what if you had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, the bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Yes, but please tell us more. Okay. Okay. Second meeting! After leaving Kwan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. I saw the bellboy after leaving the crime scene next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Wait. Hold it. I said hold it. Okay. It's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. About the person inside. You thought there's something the bellboy handed off. Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Ungard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Ungard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? So after he gave the person inside the room the thing, we don't care about that. I want to press on this one again. And now I want to ask about the something. You gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? What? Speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor.
Phoenix deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Ray, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Melangard's mansion. Did you find it? Blah. Well, just because it was Matt's room doesn't mean he was handing it off to Matt. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelly the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Angard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Madangard is the killer's client. Ooh, it's in order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Ashworth would have. Almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial. And if this happened, I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Angard's mansion. However, Mr. Angard was arrested at a hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Angard who took his bear to his mansion. Right, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Just averted it. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Angard's mansion. Ah, the butler. The killer and Angard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding in Angard mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Angard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Angard had him do so. Yeah, alright. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during the investigation. Yeah, okay, sorry. If you see this arm, I think... Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to? I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There's still another one? There's indeed, Your Honor. And it's a quite questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Pound's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. You only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. Hello? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was a nickel samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was a nickel samurai. Looks like you dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the nickel samurai. And as we all know, Madame Guard is the nickel samurai. We also know that there were 2 separate sets of costume at the building at this point in time though, so it didn't necessarily have to be him. Thank you for the save. Very good evening. How are you? Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know where the spare figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Madame Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any less objections, Mr. Wright? What do I? What should I do? Objection!
Objection!
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I've left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, the very same figurine was found at the young god mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. What do you mean I fail? I'm not failing. I'm not doing it. I can still bullshit my way through. Real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? I'm just trying to buy time. I'm just trying to buy time. Yep, exactly. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Madame Guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then, the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. Well, what about Mr. Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure in Mr. Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Ashworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic, besides which there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. This trial. Come on, anyone can tell Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can give up. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game. This what-if game, Mr. Ashford? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Brady, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The kidnap did especially bring the bear to Angkor right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? Miss Andrews herself? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Is that allowed? I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. This demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Hurdles, where's Mia? I'm gonna clear myself of suspicions. I didn't do it. Bam! I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. Just barely found something to latch onto. That's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all I hope for not? A tent! Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. But, Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. Who else? She's locked in a dusty little room right now. I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, the Berry Big Circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on a map, about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or something. I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. We just left. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? I think the battery dying would be the last of our problems here. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. I'm sure. Please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? Do I look alright? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. We can do this. Good one, now we can read. Those things last for 2 weeks, right? Batteries on those things don't die as easily as they do nowadays. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to the question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Sorry about this. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen Miss Bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Why does she... Oh no! Why has she seen the bear before that was clearly in the room? Where... Oh. I also wish I didn't have, like, to be fair, I have an iPhone 12 mini. The battery life of the 12 mini is not that good. That is something everyone will tell you when you get that phone, and I knew that going into buying it. But I wanted a small phone because I have a very massive hatred for how big phones are getting. Smartphones. More and more. Every single time it's like, I don't want half a fucking tablet in my hand. I want something that I can still kind of maybe reach like around the whole screen with just one finger while I'm holding it with just my thumb. But even with the 12 mini, and my hands are not that small. But even with the 12 mini, I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, and they're just getting bigger. I know that the batteries are fucked, but it still sucks. It's like, oh god, oh no, it's the weekend, and I was using my phone a little more than I usually do, and then boom. Fuck yeah. I have to charge it already. Also, thank you for the hydro tank. And the pen. And the posture check.
The bell figurine.
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. But it's under a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Jewelry. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Ah, yeah, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Is there really was something to the bear after all? Why wouldn't there have been? Why is everyone so surprised that the bear is actually kind of important? A puzzle. That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. Sure enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. Well, Akira, I guess we are starting a puzzle to stall for time. What kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart. How would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. And boy in his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. What do you find after you take the puzzle apart? How do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. But who would expect there to be a cavity in there? Who would expect there to be, like, something inside, right? You just think, okay, well, it's a bear with a bunch of stitches. Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Yeah, you really can tell it's a small jewelry box, that's what I'm saying. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us know. Two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. God didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Wait, open it? No? Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there's one very important fact we haven't covered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? It's inside. Dude, you were already busy trying to take it apart. What do you mean? Why are you surprised? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. It's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. A suicide note? A suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impulse. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. What would these people do if nobody knew the mechanism of the things they want to open? I feel like at this point, if they truly didn't know how to open it, they could have just smashed it. Are you allowed to just smash something that counts as evidence? I don't know. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Ashworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of the note that be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. They call a professional puzzle solver. They just call Professor Layton. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impex left her as a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impex had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. Modern Guard values, above all else, is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. The God's fool that woman killed herself. This time he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. Terrible. What a selfish person. Guess there's slango lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. The serial killer's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. Defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Well, first of all, we're going to save again because I don't accidentally want to fuck up. But still a little more. We have quite a ways to go. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? I'm sure isn't cold yet, so you know what you must do. No, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. The two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. Blame someone else for it. We're running out of people to blame. Where's me, kids? The gavel's already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? The suicide note. I'm gonna go for the suicide note. Please wait, Your Honor. Man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Madame Guard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. Your fans accuses old bag of the murder. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrigan until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Madame Guard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Unless they knew what they were guilty of, so... You make a valid point, Mr. Ray. Mr. Atwood, what is your opinion? Just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Madame Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Madame Guard. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of? Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's blood sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. The man on guard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? Hi then, good afternoon!
How are you?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. What's Aloy thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shush, stop. Don't look at him.
The way he's sweating is just so... Ew, nasty.
Phoenix. Yes, Chief. Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? I'm going to do next? Running away like a frightened child? What? I know it seems like Mr. Atchworth is very close to putting a lid on his case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. What is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. I think he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Because she always does that when they just want you, the player, to figure out what is happening. Duh. Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. No. Oh, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? It's a piece of evidence of Mia's talking about. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? No. This live being a tutorial exposition voice. I have an objection, Your Honor. As I always do. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. Au contraire, I've been desperate the entire time. It's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Ashford, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing and now we're just stealing hers. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Ashford. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. That's my secret, Your Honor. I'm always desperate. Exactly. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right?
May I possibly have an objection? Your Honor, can I also go play with the objection?
No, Phoenix, sit down.
But Edgeworth has been hugging it the entire day.
Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside the spare, but the spare was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impact or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Angard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into despair? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I didn't know such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce a suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Atwood, you wouldn't want to present this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, with the prosecution. True. He's not used to that. That's enough. Mr. Atwood, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? Is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. She's just going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis my butt. There's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. Oh, I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Is that allowed? I don't think that's allowed. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What's with him? And what's with that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away? What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me that. Don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, 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 guilty. That's a lot of guilties. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. Wants to come this far and. Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Ashworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Ashworth, catch! Mr. Ashworth! Please, you've got to buy some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Objection!
Objection!
Yeah!
Please wait, Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Schmack.
Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in no time. Report. Is that Mr. Ashmore? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir, but the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. Few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right... He left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. You don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Oh, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to... I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I said I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one!
That may be a red light. Okay.
I'm pulling out all stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe just something a non-memorable will be decisive enough to end this.
But even if he brings us items to present, can he do that? Or are we going to get in trouble because, you know... I forgot what it's called, but the law that we had in the last case of the first game. What the actual fuck?
What's wrong? Detective Gumshoe? Answer me. No one can stop me.
Oh, well.
What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. His cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? He got to hurry and call for help.
We have no idea where he is.
His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either.
Also, if you don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
Oh, we can't let that happen.
Oh, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now?
Because it makes for more stress. Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Yes.
That's right, there's a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is to this.
There's one person who would know. No one else will object. Sure, just doesn't remember any of the evidence law. Unless it's important for the plot point, I don't think they ever use it again.
Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like that? I see. I try to get in contact with her.
The chances are slim, but she's all we have.
Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say a defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, it can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
Verdict.
Is Prosecutor Ashworth here?
Yes, I believe. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent.
Already finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Win this fucking trial. And we're back.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Phoenix, like, wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Correa. Mr. Correa? Well. Looks like Miss Impact's never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Angard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Angard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Okay. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plot to possess it. That does sound very plausible. The theory that Angard had no idea that the suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Angard to not have known it was a fake. What's this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor? Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Not your kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Angard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Angard would have known that the victim had forged a note. Yeah! So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Angard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Angard monitored Mr. Correa 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Angard didn't know of. But right back at you, Mr. Ashworth. Why don't you show some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Mr. Ashworth, it looks like this time it is you who stuck his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Ashworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can prove Mr. Angard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth's stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual? What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is the one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who's this witness? It's Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelley the Killer? Oh, Mr. the Killer. Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin. Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here? To the witness stand? Oh, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Ray? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? No, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. This must be what the urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... The judge is just like, okay, well, it's a regular Wednesday afternoon. I'm once again stuck in court, and who is my prosecutor? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth has come back to just... Okay. And Mr. Phoenix... Oh, well, this is gonna be a long one, huh? Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Cordia. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Cordia. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. Is this all just a bad dream? Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? There's something I must first state. An assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. This text should not be green at this point in time because it's the first time we're actually seeing it. It should only be green once we actually can cross-examine it, but okay, who cares? It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself, then? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. I'm always cool and collected. Trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust them. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? The person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of the prescribed rule. The rule? This person tried to implicate an adult in the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? The gentleman who spoke just now? Excuse me, would you care to die? No, didn't say anything. Just should better watch himself. The trust between you and your client. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. The person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand the assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? It just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. Which point, after all of this time, would make you think that Adrian Andrews is the killer? You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. That is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. And about time I revealed the name of my clients, don't you agree? Do I? Emotion, he'll go to jail and her trying to frame some. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Don't be mad at me. I know I'm right. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? I guess it is Mr. Dickler just stepped Mr. Ashworth in the back. Step Ashworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Not on guard, perhaps. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned the witness. You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is so true. Defendant at the moment is not on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definite of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. And we believe the assassin? We believe some guy? I mean, yes, okay, sure, okay. Both the prosecution and the defenses assert that they believe this person to be the real, actual assassin, but also we just believe anything this man is saying. We don't even know what he looks like. We don't know where he is. He's just talking to us over a walkie-talkie. And we go, oh yeah, that seems to make sense. Obviously, what he's saying has to be the truth. Let's take it. Mr. The killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Man on guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue the discussion and call me when you've reached a verdict. Belief, please bring Ms. Adrian Andrews in immediately. Now, with the way this is going, God will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. I'm gonna live with myself if I win this. I leave. Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Ms. Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but the man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. But also, you had his card. If anyone remembers at this point in time that you were holding his card the entire time, they're gonna be like, yeah, well, There's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume. That's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. Like, no. Mr. Wright. You know the truth, tell them. There's no long E sound and it's bailiff. I've always said bailiff. This is the first time you're calling me out and saying this word wrong when I've said that. Oh my god. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. Well, I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do we throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? No, it's funny that you are saying this now, because the entire time that I've played Great Ace Attorney, way back when, I've also been saying bailiff. I've never said bailiff. I've always said bailiff. Bye, leave. I'm leaving. Bye. Keep going. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept I'm not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Madame Guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Ms. Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. I could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over. But he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please? The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But... The witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Ashworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me? What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are. Usually done. What's he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already oh, it's just his entire text is in green because he's got through the walkie-talkie. Never mind, don't disregard what I said earlier. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. By pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planning of the knife and weapon. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is the most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. You still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Do I not? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Oh, wait. What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. There's 2 of us. Still gonna go. Go for it. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She was not. Else she would not have put down the fucking wine glass. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What's the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. How do you know that? From the spyglass, Your Honor. Glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. Hi, good evening! Juan Reyes. Oh no. I'm probably pronouncing his name horribly all the time anyway, because I cannot figure out how to roll my R's. That's okay. Isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. If it's been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Ashworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now, and I have blood on my hands. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes. Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Ashworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in the testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the recourse was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. The music in these scenes is always so good. Especially like when it's been a little quiet and then you gain traction and suddenly it's like This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I've made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Good. One, two, three. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Yes, sir. Wait, no, hold on. Ah, fuck. No, it's the other way around. Oh, I put that. The other way around, the other way around. No, let's do this again. Again, it's okay. I can fuck this up. It's alright. Just further. It is the no. Well, he meets his client is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Mr. Wright, was the testimony just not of any importance? This one was. Jesus Christ. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. Yeah, good thing. Good thing. I love when the names are just the thing that gives us stuff. Like I was like, aha, hehe, oh, good thing. Her first name could also be a man's name. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at the bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. What? Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, Wanda would have told you that she's a woman. The fact that they're giving this fucking walkie-talkie these sprites is so funny. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Mr. Atwood, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assessor make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, and Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What is going on? You hate that it sweats oil? Why? There's some very big blobs of oil. Shelley the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. No, he's just going to spit out more lies. It's a very nervous radio. First time. Hi, TK. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth, he asks, of a seasoned killer. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one Cornida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. Really now? So you took this job through a letter. Didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. You know, I can make him suspicious, but I think we're okay, like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Yeah, let me just say once more, just in case.
Hold it!
2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him start with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Let's go. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes. Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. I have to think, is this worth pursuing? Yes. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested for. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. One of these was to find a bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. I found this figurine at Mr. Unguard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. And that was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? You bet I do. The killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. He's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Let's do it. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Ungard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear, because if she had been, she would have found this already. Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? They need to pack this. Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means? It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Everyone just leaves for a beach episode. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. Our hate trait is above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... It's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, please wait. It's their turn. Bringing this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise, bring this trial. Ooh. No, Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If you keep this up, Maya, she'll... Thank you for the butter check. Ooh. Okay. Ow. Persecution. What has come over everyone? Even you are. Persecution rests. going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. the Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Angard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews would be charged with murder? The... It's murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. So what, bailiff? Please bring the defendant Matt Angard to the stand. Yeah, that's when the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. It makes sense, there's 2 F's in it, but still. Dude, did old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Angard. I'm an atrocious lawyer, of giving his own client up like this. Not refreshing like a spring breeze, perhaps it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer. Why would you think the guy is innocent? Why would you think this man is innocent? Should I say with justice or should I save Maya's life? But I'm gonna guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do you say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements in this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Angard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this. I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Listen to your heart when it's calling for you. The client, Matt Angard, is guilty. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Angard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Angard is...
Objection!
Franziska von Karma! No, I don't think Mr. Matt Angard is also Franziska von Karma at the same time. What are you doing? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of the scruffy foot. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask them, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. Filthy old coat, that is. Scum shoes. I can spot a set of rags anywhere. I apologize for asking less, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy code. I'm sure that inside that code lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy code are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now will change the outcome of this trial.
Objection!
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are the items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. You have to suspend your disbelief here. You have to just think, okay, damn, this is the final case of the game. Surely they're going to make it longer than it necessarily has to be by dragging it out and making it more extreme. Oh, no way! Another piece of evidence! That's just how these games work. They're not realistic. I don't play Ace Attorney to have a realistic courtroom simulator. First item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. It's not your benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. Yeah. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. But the killer took that from a guard's mansion. Yeah, it's okay. I'll just look at them when I can. We don't need to establish the killer's role in this case. I should be listening to information about it. That's fine. Please present the next piece of evidence. Nothing else. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Thank you very much, Miss Fakama. I think that's enough. Thank you. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's Hatter would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss von Karma. You may step down. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? This is the end. Phoenix. You know what? There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? You are literally talking to someone who's already dead right now. Repeatedly. I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? First, making God wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If God himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but... needing to make a miracle happen truly goes strict core. Hi! Thank you for the foster check. We had one just earlier that really cracked so loudly, I don't think I can get another one going for a while. Not gonna lie. It's asking me to do the impossible, he says, as if we've never done if he's never done the impossible before. I cannot speak. Second way was the killer to end his contract with Angari. If the killer were to no longer think of Angari as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. Nope, not the loudest negotiation. No, I'm sorry. There we go, that's the best I can do right now. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would surely be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Because he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? Other side? Does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. Defense, prosecution, and the judge, we have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. The truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen here? No. I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. Thank you so much. Actually, while you give me that one chance, let me also make a save. Another save. Francisca's so pretty. This is a life and death situation. Oh, Francisca's so pretty. One chance. You show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try. One try, that is all I will permit. I have to try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking on God down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Miss Dashwood? I think there's some merit in showing us evidence to that witness. There would be more merit if you guys actually knew what was on that, but since I said earlier that I didn't need any more information. Yay. Bailiff. Bailiff. I like Bailiff more. Whatever. Please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Right. Looks like I managed to convince him. Bailiff. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about the speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Madame Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, calm now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. They have plenty of charm. They do. I do like the Phoenix, well, not just the Phoenix Wright games. I like all of the Ace Attorneys quite a lot. I would not be replaying them all just to make it to the one that I never finished. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. My Ace Attorney surname? Oh. You know, the entire reason I chose just Anua is so I wouldn't have to bother with any last names. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. Think for no. Nua candy, but it's pronounced as candy. Nuts fitting in your mouth. And then the client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity. I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Oh. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes. My contract with my client is over as of now. A bit of an STD one. Candy. Seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Miss von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Miss Sungard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me! Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? Finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. She really would have made the aces of attorneys. She was too strong. They had to nerve her by killing her in the first game. They were like, nope. Go on, Phoenix. Eat whichever way your heart tells you. Right you. I plead guilty because that's what he is. Madame Guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self, guilty? Even if you got an acquittal the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Yeah, okay, damn. Maybe he should cut his nails a little shorter. As always, it looks like we've uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Miss Ashworth, how is Madame Guard? I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. It was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Maybe she's trying to forgive him for what he did. Yeah. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. And that is all. This court is adjourned. Bum!
People like retirement to pet.
This is not the last time, no.
Thank you for the braids.
You were great at that, Phoenix. What did you thought that was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. I am 12 fucking years old. I am 12 years old. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think of the moments before Mr. Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. 2 demons and wow, nice. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I say it was justice, or should I save Maya's life? Klein, Matt, and Gardis. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. My voice is a big horse. It's not that bad. It's just when I try to do edge voice, I go into that register, so it sounds worse than it is. Edgeworth. I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really? You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here, so we speak in a patrol car.
Mr. Maya's safe! You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, I'm so glad that Mia was there the entire time, because if I had to have done her, then my voice would be big horse, I think. She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? Yeah, because I found the truth. I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. I mean, yeah, you were both raised by the same guy, so like... For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But... a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish man. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that.
I do?
And then... that curse. It was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Ashworth chooses that. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. Every time we did so. No matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach our one single truth. This I promise you.
Truth.
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who's destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. No, he's worth. It's in his name. It's Edgeworth. It's never been worth. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. Okay, that makes sense. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. This guy threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I returned this to the precinct later. Something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
Never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right. Okay.
Nick! Hell yeah.
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Yay!
Nick, I knew you would come through. You got convicted like I knew you would. Edgeworthy sounds weird. A little.
And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did crow,
I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost you're party. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya.
oh, Mr. Ashwood.
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Ashworth.
I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Did they not give you anything to eat? Oh no.
Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food, grub, chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger and a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Alright. How about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick, food. And I don't have any money.
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Hey!
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bully Mr. Right too hard? If you don't stop being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind. I kind of like Azalea at 14, everyone just goes, oh god, here she goes again. She's 13. She started at 13. Come on now, everyone get around. Now we're gonna get you a picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lada bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Oh, me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items he took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. There is, in fact, a bad ending you can get for this. If you don't present the right thing to the right person, you do get an alternate bad ending. Yeah. But I don't bother with that. I will bother with it for my own sake afterwards, because the Steam version of this game has achievements, and there's an achievement for getting that ending. That's why I made that save earlier, so I can just jump back to that one. But, huh. Wait. That's odd. When I run over the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. Was a 4th item? Come on, y'all, it's over. Oh boy, I tell ya, you really have something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? Because it's not gonna be the last time this happens. Being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. Just to keep my mind off of things I drew a picture. Sounds like you had a rough go. So what's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Ashworth? This thing is picking something up. That's Miss Von Kama's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd, even though you're standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edward, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. She didn't get anything to eat for 2 days, Phoenix. Cut her some slack. I had fun tonight. Now, if you excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Oh yeah, sure.
Take that!
What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya.
Yes, Pearly?
Yes, you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
I gave him... Oh, sorry. I gave him the whip. Anyway, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself.
This is camera shop in this hotel, see? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for 3,000. Oh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab on. Oh.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Ah, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then. If you say so.
Objection!
Woohoo! You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide the letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Yay! I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick, and I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you just in case.
Girl, you need to stop watching all of those lovey-dovey soap operas. Where does she get it from? Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Ashworth had a long talk with his chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like now one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. Hey!
I am Maggie Bird. I'm retiring this uniform of today, sir.
I'm going to be a waitress from now on.
And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Good luck to anyone else who works in that restaurant.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hartley. Recently, yes. That girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped out. Yes.
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we're serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. I'd never want to see either of you two again. Ever. Good luck with the circus and all, but Jesus Christ. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary in my humor. More curls represent.
Got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start us off. Get on with it.
Fucking circus cave. Dude.
What's this? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on a stand. Can't believe this, really. How long do you plan on making me do this? It's Auntie Pooh's idea, so that means it must have deep hidden meaning.
I forgot about you.
I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me. What the heck? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and anyone who hasn't heard about it is going to feel the pain of my heel. Yes, I'm going to feel a burn. And speaking of burn, playing with fire is very dangerous because of that. Really, where I start the cinema, burn down, blah, blah, blah.
Uh-huh.
Shared everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. That's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Aww. At least someone got out of this a happier person than before. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. Homepage? May you both be blessed with long live. What? Homepage? Okay.
International Departures Gate 12.
Where are you going, Francisca?
How did you know I was here?
With this?
That's...
I heard you were planning things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
It's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran over the things from the killer's hideout, I'm sure I took 4 things in total, sir. He cannot afford a new one, please don't throw it away. 4 things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. Put it in here?
It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca...
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, and this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma.
Fran.
Oh no! I forgot about this sprite. Hey, I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. This one is so cute, though. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
So, now.
Here you go. It's Maya's drawing. It wouldn't have helped in terms of evidence. Thank you for the pad. You're in Team Pearl now, fuck it. What do you mean? Bring Niche instead of Nick. Oh, we did it! Play episode 4 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Goodness gracious. I have 10 out of 30 achievements. Thanks for the stream, no thank you. Let me see. Ugh. I have so many. I have so many things I missed out on when it comes to achievements. Bad endings. Yeah, I know, the bad endings one. Get the bad ending in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. But also... There's one called Please Turn in Your Badge, answer me a favor when asked who the defendant is. And in the first game. In the very first game, first episode. Kobo wants to eat potatoes today. I mean, to be fair, who wouldn't want some potatoes? I could also go for some potatoes. I did have dinner earlier, but I could keep again. I'm already hungry again. Is your car's a little newer? Yes. Very German of me to crave potatoes. I mean, potatoes are good. Nothing wrong with potatoes. Potato. You can also get this little newer cursor if you join my Discord. It's still available to download somewhere in the depths of my announcements. You're very excited for the next Ace Attorney stream? That's good, because I don't actually know. I want to put, once again, like at least one game in between this one and the next Ace Attorney. So I cannot tell you when exactly we will be doing Ace Attorney. We're not doing Danganronpa. There's a limit to how many games I want to replay on stream. Because I have so many games that I haven't at all played, so just constantly being stuck with games I already know does feel a little weird. Yeah, that means we have another game. Finished another game. It also means that we'll end stream a little early than we usually do on a Friday. But that's alright. My entire plan tonight was just finish this specific game. Depending on how much time it would have taken, I would have maybe started on the next game. But on the other hand, I'm not gonna start now, like for just the 1 hour. Because I do sadly have somewhere to be tomorrow, so I have to get up earlier than usually on a Saturday anyway, so I'm taking this chance. Oh no, it's only midnight. You know how serious I am about my Friday and Saturday streams being at least 5 hours if I can help it. It was a new VN. You thought it interesting? Pray tell, what is the name of the VN? Casually starting Kingdom Hearts now. Oh no. I mean, I do want to start Kingdom Hearts at some point, but you can't remember now that you need to look for it in the first place. I mean, you don't need to look for it right now. You can also look for it later, and when you remember, just send it. Psychological horror, psychological, supernatural, text-based, philosophical. Ooh. You can also just, once you remember, send it on Discord or Twitter or wherever you want. But I'm always up for recommendations. Because I still don't actually know what game to play after this one for the Friday streams. I was thinking about it, but I couldn't come up with anything fast enough, so I'm kind of glad that we're just finishing the game at 4 hours. 4 hours now, I'm like, okay, that's good. That means I have one more week to think of what game I want to play next on a Friday, but yay! Yay for a second Ace Attorney. This leaves us with one more game in this trilogy, which is, sorry, I'll show you real quick. It's going to be this Phoenix Wright, is the Trials and Tribulation, which is the last one in the trilogy, in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. And then obviously there's another 3 games with the new trilogy that they now made out of Apollo Justice. And also there are the 2 Edgeworth spin-off games I'll have to properly look into. Those play between Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice, as far as I'm aware, so I will be trying to fit those in between there. I think that is the goal, but we are definitely going to be playing all of the Ace Attorneys some way or another. Also, assuming I get there in time, I will also try to fit in the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton game, because from what I remember, I really enjoyed myself. And when I played that one, I didn't know Phoenix Wright yet. When I initially played the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton crossover, I had only known Professor Layton. And I still enjoyed myself immensely, and only afterwards I got into Ace Attorney. Now that I've played them all very much, I wonder how different I will be looking at them. I mean, I do like my psychological horror, and if it's only reading is always good. I do love me some psychological horror reading. It's only the games that make me run from things. Only the games that make me run from things and that do ooga booga that I don't like. The balance of available long and short stream games looking right now? The balance is a little skewed because Tsukihime streams. Speaking of long-term games, no, the balance is a little skewed because I either have games that are really terribly short, like 1 to 2 hours short, or 50 plus. Like, I feel like I don't have any games in the middle anymore where it's like, okay, well, like, even a 10-hour game would be a good in-between. Tsukihime isn't that long, it's on the short VN side. Yeah. Playtime, very long, 60 hours. From 89 votes is what was what VNDB is saying. Would you sure short? Oh, the original Tsukihime has only 41 hours, and the remake has 6. Yeah, no. As much as I love my visual novels, the 50+ hour visual novels, I don't think I'm like pure visual novels. I don't think I will be doing on stream anymore because I recently remembered it's how I started off. The very first visual novel we played on stream was Café Enchanted, and Café Enchanted took me 20 streams. The very first visual novel we ever played on stream, and it took me 20 streams. During that time, I literally finished several other games. So as much as I love them, I think that is a more enjoyable experience for me if I can just play those really long visual novels at my own pace. And my own pace means I do not give a fuck how they're voiced, and I will just skip the voice lines as soon as I'm done with the actual text. And that is okay for me to do, but I don't like doing that on stream. On stream I like to always let them talk fully, but that takes even more time. So it's a normal stream game like though, but not for visual novel. For pure visual novel, I don't. Hey, there actually is. Oh, there's a German translation to Tsukihime. Fan translation. Fascinating. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Ona. Hi, we are actually about to end. I'm so sorry. We're actually about to end. But thank you so much for coming by. Hi Raiders, I'm Nua. I like the color pink vision of his JRPGs. We just finished Phoenix, right? Ace Attorney just this fall. Then you linked the 30 hours main story. Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Actually, yeah, don't worry about it. Actually, also a thing that I haven't gotten around to doing yet, but I would love to do is, remember how we did the Splatoon 3 story mode? I still haven't played the DLC. I still haven't played Side Order. Maybe we'll just do that next Friday. Sure. That's a good palette cleanser. I can finally play this Side Order DLC. But yeah, I'll be thinking about that. Somewhere in the depths of my 500 browser tabs. See, somewhere in the depths of my 500 browser tabs, I have the wheel of games that I was using a while ago to. Oh yeah, it's still there. Hold on, let me see. It's even still saved. I have 61 games on there. Never mind, Ace Attorney 2 was on there, so I put it. I have. Oh, Flowers Winter was also on there. Okay. 59 games I have on there. All of those varying length. Oh man. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. The Wheel of Time. The Wheel of Fate is turning. Rubble 1. Action. We could also try our hands at the next playthrough story mode again, because everyone will have forgotten anything about the last story and think to themselves, damn, why is Nua so obsessed with the story of a fighting game that came out some years ago? Well, because I like it. I like the characters. I think they're very sweet. We'll see. I will be bothering with that. I will be thinking very hard about what I want to do next, what game I want to do next. We'll find something new for Fridays for sure. I have something to attend tomorrow, but I should be home sometime in the evening, so assuming having to go outside doesn't actually fucking kill me tomorrow, we should be able to do the stream in the evening, so we'll continue Atelier Liddy and Cyril tomorrow. And on Sunday we are going to be starting Slay the Princess, our next short stream project, unless I figure out, oh my god, I want to play this game for like 10 hours straight, and we'll put it on another day. We'll see how that goes. I finished Continuum Shift. Took me 3 streams. I did Calamity Trigger story mode in one like 7-hour stream, and I did Continuum Shift, the entire story mode, because I specifically said we are only doing the story, but I finished it in 3 streams somewhere. I mean, I can, hold on. Let me see. That was a while ago. Where do I have Blaze Blue. I'm going to look it up now just for you. Somewhere around here. God damn, when the fuck did I play Blaze Blue? I don't know. When did I play Blaze Blue? Continuum Shift Extend 1, 2, 3, 1 year ago. Thank you, YouTube. That is very helpful. We originally finished Blaze Blue Continuum Shift Extend with our 3rd stream on the 2nd of September in 2022. Still have any platformers on the list? Probably. I for sure still have some platformers that I own that I'm not aware of that they're platformers, and I bought them because I thought the art style was nice, so they're going to absolutely kill me, so... But yeah, I'll be worrying about them. I'll find something. We're not going to run out of any games to play anytime soon. It's just every time that I finish one, I'm like, oh god, what do I next? Yeah, Chrono Phantasma is then. Yeah, it would be. Next Blaze Blue story would be Chrono Phantasma, where I still don't like the main art style as much. And it is there. And then Sandor Fiction, but we'll see. We shall see. For now, actually, and I'm sorry to the Raiders, I'm sorry, Aura, that you came here while I was ending. But I'm gonna take you guys over to Civil, who's just started Persona 3 Reload earlier. I'm just like 3 hours into it, so not very far. So we're going to play Platonic in Mauled by a Magical excuse me? Thank you for the next year. No, thank you for coming. That's another game done. Another game on the list of games we finished. Yippee. Proud of myself. That's one game closer to hitting the 150. I think I'm doing alright. I think I'm doing alright. Did I type this correctly? I sure hope so. Yeah, I did. Thanks for the stream. No, thank you for coming. Have a good night. I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow. I'm really, really hoping. Have a good night. And bye-bye. Wait, hold on. I said bye, but I didn't even change my music yet. Hold on. Ah, fuck. Bye-bye. Good night. Ooh, that was my lamp. Sorry.